Another arrest now. Someone in black bloc. These cops are just swinging their batons using the wrong end. I can't get too close because I don't have a mask on. There goes the mask. Cop got him before I could. This cop in the car looks there's a guy being arrested right now. He's inside the car and he looks really, really agitated. Things are starting to devolve very, very quickly. 1:52 p.m. We've got multiple arrests now. Pepper spray in numerous areas of this protest. This officer's got his taser drawn. A lot of tear gas has been, excuse me. A lot of tear gas has been deployed already. This officer is wielding his taser. Another arrest now happening. There goes more gas and bottles flying. More gas. This looks like pepper spray. But that stuff's strong. If you were to ask me, I'd say pepper spray is a lot worse. Whoa, some of these rocks. The police are trying to pull some of these cops back. These protesters are getting agitated as more and more police are beating and arresting people. Another arrest happening now. Cops and protesters are scuffling. Rocks and bottles are flying, and so is the gas. This guy's got his taser out. Things are getting really dangerous, really, really fast. These cops look scared. There's tons of gas in the air. This guy's got his taser drawn. It's getting hard to breathe. Cops are slowly pulling back. There's tons of gas in the air. Passa a vara não, passa a vara não. Hey Nathan, if you're getting this, send me a text message. I always think pepper spray is way worse than tear gas. Tear gas goes away, pepper spray doesn't. Things are definitely starting to break down here in Rio. It's not a very large group of protesters relative to some of the stuff that we've seen. Looks like the police might be calling in some reinforcements. Now we've heard a lot of bangs, but that one's definitely police response. There's tear gas. Shit. 1:57 p.m. and things just devolved very, very quickly. The police made a move to arrest the protester. The protesters intervened, de-arrested him. The police fired pepper spray, rocks flew. Now we've got flashbangs going off. I can't tell if these are tear gas canisters or what. I can smell some kind of, something's been fired from a gun. Lots of pepper spray. Very hard to breathe. And here I thought this was going to be a peaceful end, but you never know what's going to happen. So now this protest group's been fractured into several different directions. Loud bangs, a couple of them so far. A few people have been pepper sprayed. A few journalists that I've seen have been pepper sprayed as well. You can sort of see the gray smoke lingering, but I can't tell if these are flashbangs or if it's tear gas. I don't think tear gas, but something has definitely been fired from some kind of projectile. You can smell the kind of the residue. We got two cops on top of the aqueduct where the banner was just dropped. This group seems to be peaceful in that direction. We've got some protesters lingering behind back under the aqueduct. You can see a lot of people are covering their mouths. So for those that are watching, this was an anti-World Cup protest. Some people have Malox. You can definitely smell it in the air. For those that aren't familiar with being pepper sprayed or tear gassed, if you were to ask me, I think tear gas is much preferable to pepper spray. I'd say tear gas hurts a lot worse, but pepper spray takes a long time to go away. You can run through tear gas and be okay in a few seconds, but that pepper spray lingers. Makes it hard to breathe, cough, choke, gag. I guess it also depends on what kind of spray they're using too. When standing off to the side, trying to figure out what's going on, the most dangerous thing, rocks and bottles flying from any direction. We've seen glass just shatter in the street. People throwing rocks and bottles at these cops. The police, so far, they're using short range. They've got their tasers drawn. At least one cop I've seen, maybe two, with tasers drawn. They've got right armor batons, and they have used pepper spray. I'm not quite sure why they moved to arrest the first guy, but that sparked just a chain reaction of anger, which led to more arrests, more anger, and things just escalate like that. All right, I can definitely see more stuff going down in front of me. Protesters covering their mouths, running. You can smell it, man, that is thick. And for those that are watching, we have masks, we've got goggles, we've got all that stuff. But this was supposed to be some lighthearted march to a soccer game, which turned into this conflict. There's tear gas. Protesters kick the can. Straight ahead of me right now, can of tear gas is on the ground. I can hear some shots fired off in the distance. Seems like we've got some rubber bullets maybe. Something's being fired. It might be more tear gas. But this is it. This is... You can smell... You can smell the powder from the guns before you can actually smell the tear gas. There's the row of riot police. Now we've seen a can of tear gas hit the ground. Protesters kicked it away. We've seen pepper spray. This went off the wall very, very quickly. More bangs off in the distance. For those just tuning in, this is Rio de Janeiro World Cup opening day. These protesters, who started out very, very peaceful, just met with police force. Again, I don't know why the police moved to make an arrest, but the protesters intervened and pulled this guy out, which quickly led to more action from the police, more arrests. Now we're seeing rocks and bottles being thrown. We're seeing tear gas, pepper spray. Some officers even have their tasers drawn. Getting tased does not sound like a fun World Cup opening day. But for a lot of these people, the World Cup is part of the problem. Now, if you're just tuning in, make sure to check out Vice News on Twitter and Instagram. You can find me there as well. If I lose the feed, that's where I'll be sending updates. Videos to Instagram, text to Twitter. Vice News will be as well. Just before this all kicked off. I'd actually thought that this was the ending point. Things were going peacefully, and this was going to be the end of it. As soon as my camera went off, that's when the police moved in. It's hard to predict. It really felt like they were going to try and make an arrest. It was going to be over. But rocks started flying, bottles started flying. Some of the cops protesters here call these cops in full armor Ninja Turtles because they say they look like Ninja Turtles. So we got a lot of cops here. Things are p.m. The police and riot shields are coming out. We've got 2 pickups and we've got 2 vans. These are pop tops. They got a lot of cops in them. This is early morning. This protest started early morning, and it's now 2 p.m. This is something that usually you don't expect to happen. But you know, the World Cup is a very, very large and serious event that affects a lot of people's lives, and it's been going on for years, since they announced it, you know, almost 7 years ago. So these protests have been happening for quite some time, especially coming off of last year's protests. Were really intense. See the birds flying? That bang just went off. Looks like this cop right here has got a single shot 44 millimeter. Most likely tear gas. It's hard to tell. This might be it. This might be the start of it. It might be over. It might be just beginning. You can see right there. Single shot, 44 millimeter. Probably tear gas. But they also have these 44 millimeter sponge rounds. I haven't seen them used down here. I'm not sure if they do. Some people have referred to them as rubber bullets, but they're much, much larger than that. Hard foam. They leave big round welts. Judging by what we know about their tactics, I'd say it's more likely to be tear gas. Now this park is quickly being surrounded, or I should say has quickly been surrounded. More military police. Protesters here chanting at these cops on motorcycles. Meanwhile, a bunch of military police are only feet away. Seems like this might have just been the police moving in and breaking this protest up. Maybe they're worried that they're gonna head back down to Copacabana. I don't know. As long as there's some calm, I'm trying to make my way back. Figure out where Matthias and Orlando are at. 2:08 p.m. Really feels like time just stops. Definitely seems like there's a lot of tourists too, just walking on the sidewalk. This could make things a little rough for the police. Now where I'm at, there's still some gas lingering. I'm gonna try and figure out where Matthias and Orlando are at. Seems like things are calming down, but I learned my lesson last time. I'll keep this camera rolling as long as I can. Now, in less than an hour, there's supposed to be a protest in Copacabana. Some Rage Against the Machines playing.
Dá uma pancada em vocês, vai, depois beleza. Pra não chegar e ficar porrada com o povo.
Uma coisa que aconteceu mostrar, que a gente foi inteligente, a gente
sei disso, mas é que tá aí, pega ali, eu sei que a polícia militar toda vai pegar, entendeu? E por isso que eu tô dando questão. Por isso que eu falo, tanto capitão de exato.
More shots fired off. So while it seems calm here, that's the second bang off in the distance that I've heard so far. There's another one. Seems like things over here might not have stabilized yet. So we're in the neighborhood of Lapa in Rio de Janeiro, where the protests moved from downtown, made their way here to this big open park by the aqueduct, and we're mostly celebrating, playing music. We even saw a Batman dress up, a man dressed up as Batman climb to the top and hold his sign. But when the police moved to make an arrest, the protesters weren't having any of it. They intervened, pulled the man out. The police responded with pepper spray in the conflict. Things just escalated from there. We've seen tear gas, pepper spray. What I should say in regards to the tear gas, some kind of canister was fired. Assumption would be that is tear gas, most likely. We have seen the officers with the 44 millimeter riot weapons, usually for firing tear gas canisters. The police are running over. Let's cross and figure out where's Orlando. .215 Matthias was pepper sprayed. He's got the Maalox still on his face. It's neutralizes the burn. But we can hear bangs repeatedly going off in this direction. You see a lot of journalists running over, so let's try and figure out what's going on. But we got to be real careful. Got military police here. Looping around. Not sure if they're coming out or what's going on.
And whatever kind of pepper spray they're using is stronger than the other from the other times. It's different, it's a new one. And I have a really cool shot at the commander crying because he got pepper sprayed himself as well. This is actually the commander of the operation.
He got pepper sprayed.
Yeah, you can see how he cries. We can do a GIF with that.
Yeah, well, there's breaking news. But you know, these things happen. Everybody gets pepper sprayed when someone tries to pepper spray somebody else. The cops who fired it, it just went straight up into a cloud and went right up their faces. Obviously, the people that sprayed it got hit worse than they did, but they got to breathe that in too.
Yeah.
You can just hear bang, 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 bang going off in the distance here.
Probably going chasing people somewhere.
Someone threw a bottle and it shattered right at my feet. Fortunately, I was behind like the side of a wall. So, did it look like they were going after the black bloc people?
Yeah, because they chasing someone.
The first guy they tried to arrest was just a normal looking guy in a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But then everyone rushed in.
He was black. That's why they probably arrested him.
Was he?
Yeah, he was black. Oi? Ah, começaram... Eu vi que estavam prendendo um cara lá, do nada, assim, legal.
Looks like we have some doctors here. Been pepper sprayed.
Caraca, ele mó 007.
Street medics.
Oi, tudo bom?
I'm sorry? Yeah.
You don't speak Portuguese.
Americano.
You just speak English.
Isso é uma câmera também?
That's what I want to ask.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is also a camera.
Yeah.
007. You don't want to talk to people? Do you want to talk with Brazilian people? Or
Yeah, sure. What about?
Shooting or are you broadcasting?
I'm broadcasting.
You're broadcasting. You from?
Vice?
Vice.
Vice News?
Vice News. And do you always broadcast like this? Is it normal from Vice to do that so?
Yep. We also have another camera that's a DSLR that can do it.
Okay.
But
And
we
is
should-
it your first time here?
No. No. 2:20 p.m. Still tourists walking down the street. See, that's gonna make them come after you.
Yeah.
But it'll also protect you from breathing in the spray. So they're still firing down there, you know. Looks like a lot more people are now crowding around. It's turning into a spectacle. This has got a flashbang grenade. If this kind of action makes it to Copacabana, it's gonna be a shitstorm.
Yeah.
Let's find Orlando.
Just got a picture of this fuck FIFA.
More bangs just through this alleyway right here. They're shooting in this alley right now.
That guy.
Activist lawyer. The one in the suit.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. He's from the Human Rights Commission. Lawyers here. Say hi.
So we keep hearing bangs going off down this alley. But it doesn't look like anything's actually happening.
Fingers.
No, nothing. Here, the police, looks like they might be leaving.
Eu levo a vida assim, tão só. Eu só quero.
See a lot of people, Malox all over their faces from being pepper sprayed.
Ficar na casa de água verde.
2:23 p.m. and for those tuning in, things have been calming down over the past several minutes. They got really intense about 20 minutes ago, about half an hour ago when it started. Police made a move to arrest a protester. The protest. There's pepper spray for sure. I actually breathed that in. What I can say about tear gas, a canister was thrown or fired. Smoke was spraying out of it and someone kicked it. Looked like tear gas, but I didn't breathe it in, so I can't confirm it. I really doubt it was anything else. The officers here do have the tear gas guns. But it is hard to know for sure unless you actually, get hit by it. But things are starting to calm down now. If you're just tuning in, you can follow me on Twitter at Timcast, Timcast. I'm also on Instagram with the same name, and Vice News as well. Instagram and Twitter at Vice News. Check out vicenews.com for documentaries, more news about what's going on around the world. Contra Copa is a doc that we have coming out right now. Part 1 and 2 are out.
No one is being violent here. No one is being violent. They're singing with them. They're playing with them. You see what's happening.
Can I ask you why? Yeah, you want to film?
No. Just talking. Just talking.
So why did the police try to arrest that guy in the beginning?
I don't know. Someone hit one police and they get on the people. It's a million years fight. The police has been killers here for a long time. So the population is pissed off with them. It's a fight that we never will stop. It's gonna keep going forever.
Do you think
the police should be the one that should be keep calm. If a guy hit a police, the police should stay calm because it doesn't make any sense to create a confusion here.
Do you think the protests are going to get crazier tonight?
Well, the protests are going to get crazier in Copacabana this afternoon, but not, I don't know. There's some violent people that is going to get crazy, but I don't think the population is going to get crazy.
Do you think the police will get violent later on?
They will, of course. They will react to the violence. I mean, they deserve, they want it. Look at them, they just want someone to hit them. And really, they are assassins here. They kill 3 people a day, poor people a day, really.
So do you think this World Cup's going to go off without a hitch, or what?
No, it's not going to be different. I think they have to behave. They need to behave. They cannot be like killers like they are every day.
Yeah.
They have to behave for the ball.
It'll be.
If they could, they could start shooting people around here. They could.
But it'll be interesting with Copacabana because of all the tourists. Where's that banging from?
It's just people throwing like bangers.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Firework.
Pardon? So it looks like they have the blood type of the officers, I think. Yeah, it looks like there's a blood type of the officers on their name badges. Be smart for when they're bleeding out and get them what they need very quickly. try and find Matthias and Orlando here. We're probably gonna have to make our way to Copacabana because in just a few minutes, another protest is about to kick off. And you heard it from that protester just talking to me a moment ago. He didn't want to be filmed, but he said he thinks it's gonna get crazier in Copacabana later. So. You can see a lot of people here covered with Maalox. Some kind of neutralizing spray for the pepper spray. Looks like Orlando got hit too. You got pepper sprayed? You got pepper sprayed? You want to tell what happened?
Yeah.
So this is Orlando. He's our shooter producer down here, and you got the neutralizing spray all over your face. What happened when you were filming?
So they were trying to arrest a guy, and they were dragging him on the street and stuff. There was like all these cops like dragging him across the street, and the protesters just got really pissed off, and they started kind of surrounding the cops, and then they got across the other side of the road, and the cops were kind of cornered against the buildings over there. And I was there filming, and one of the cops just went up and sprayed all over me. I couldn't film for a while. I was down on the ground, and somebody came up, and he had this like magical stuff on sprayed it all over my eyes. And it turns out that it's some kind of like milk of magnesium. I don't know, some kind of, normally used as a laxative. But it works really great on the eyes. As soon as he did that, I could start filming, working again. So it's great. Yeah.
Things just got crazy really fast. You can still there's still some spray lingering. I saw him fire some kind of canister. It looked like tear gas.
Yeah. And
someone kicked it. But I didn't breathe it in, so I don't know for sure.
It's really bad. The stuff they spray on your it's like really, really irritating.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't
OC
see.
spray.
You can't see or do anything. It's just like you're kind of down. You can't. You know, if you rub it, it just gets worse. First thing you want to do is like rub it off your face.
I was up against a wall. There was a small like corner, and bottles were just flying and smacking the ground
Yeah, there
in
were
front
rocks
of me.
as well. There were rocks.
Yeah, rocks and bottles. You know, getting pepper sprayed sucks, but you can get that spray. There it is. All right, cool. All right, so I guess it looks like it could go down at any moment again because people are starting to crowd around these cops. But I think we need to make our way back to Copacabana.
Yeah.
What do you think? Someone came up to me and told me that this afternoon Copacabana is probably going to get really bad.
Yeah, of course.
So we should do that.
You got a cab, a bunch of subway.
Yeah.
Let me.
Let's go to Copacabana.
I'll be right back. Hey, wait, stay here. I'll be right back. I need about a minute. All right. So for those that are watching right now, we're here in Lapa. There's still a very heavy police presence. Military police. There's been pepper spray. There's been gas. Orlando and Matthias. They were both pepper sprayed. Those are camera guys' crew down here with me. But you know, there's no telling what's going to happen. Things might get way more intense here in Lapa. But we do know there's another protest scheduled for Copacabana. So right now it's 2:31 p.m. and if you're just tuning in, we're still in Lapa. We're about to make our way out. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Timcast. You can find at Vice News on Twitter and Instagram as well. Make sure to check out vicenews.com for more about what's going on. So I'm going to take the feed down for now. I really appreciate everybody for tuning in and keeping up with the news and sharing what's going on here. There's another protest scheduled in Copacabana. And as we've already heard from another protester, from Matthias, from several other people, they think that could get much, much worse because you've got tourists down there. And the police are going to have to do a lot. They're going to have to be very, very careful to make sure the tourists are safe. And however they deal with the protesters, it's going to be interesting. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Again, make sure to check out vicenews.com and follow Vice News on Twitter and Instagram. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram as well. at Timcast. We'll be back up very, very shortly. This protest is scheduled for about a half an hour, so we're going to make our way down there right now. Stay tuned. We'll be up with all of the breaking news here in Rio during the World Cup and more. 1:50 p.m., things just took a turn when the protesters started chanting they wanted the end of the military police. The police charged in to arrest somebody, but the protesters came out, pulled them out. One of the officers fired pepper spray. Rocks are flying now. Not a good idea to stand behind these guys. Protesters trying to de-escalate the situation here. Bottles and rocks are flying out these cops. These cops are not equipped to deal with this. It looks like it's starting to go down across the street. We got riot police here. Pepper spray has been fired. Now these guys are equipped to handle this. But it looks like something's going down. It's not, can't see what yet. Probably an arrest. Looks like this guy's being dragged away by police. These guys are in armor. There's pepper spray over here. Woo! Cops just swinging at this protester. There's a lot of pepper spray in the air right now. Things are starting to break down fast. It's getting hard to breathe here. Oh, that's pepper spray. A lot of it. Another arrest now. Someone in black bloc. These cops are just swinging their batons using the wrong end. I can't get too close because I don't have a mask on. There goes the mask. Cop got him before I could. This cop in the car looks there's a guy being arrested right now. He's inside the car and he looks really, really agitated. Things are starting to devolve very, very quickly. 1:52 p.m. We've got multiple arrests now. Pepper spray in numerous areas of this protest. This officer's got his taser drawn. A lot of tear gas has been, excuse me. A lot of tear gas has been deployed already. This officer is wielding his taser. Another arrest now happening. There goes more gas and bottles flying. More gas. This looks like pepper spray. But that stuff's strong. If you were to ask me, I'd say pepper spray is a lot worse. Whoa, some of these rocks. The police are trying to pull some of these cops back. These protesters are getting agitated as more and more police are beating and arresting people. Another arrest happening now. Cops and protesters are scuffling. Rocks and bottles are flying, and so is the gas. This guy's got his taser out. Things are getting really dangerous, really, really fast. These cops look scared. There's tons of gas in the air. This guy's got his taser drawn. It's getting hard to breathe. Cops are slowly pulling back. There's tons of gas in the air.
Passa agora não, passa agora não.
Hey Nathan, if you're getting this, send me a text message. I always think pepper spray is way worse than tear gas. Tear gas goes away, pepper spray doesn't. Things are definitely starting to break down here in Rio. It's not a very large group of protesters relative to some of the stuff that we've seen. Looks like the police might be calling in some reinforcements. Now, we've heard a lot of bangs, but that one's definitely police response. It's 5:40 p.m. here in Copacabana, and there's a large protest, no vai ter Copa. There will be no cup. Protesting just alongside the beach. You can see the little cabana shops, little restaurants where people are watching the game and having a beer. And then just in the street, we got a big protest. And then just on the other side, you've got the military police in full armor. So if you're just tuning in right now, make sure to follow me on Twitter at Timcast. Also, Vice News on Twitter. We're both on Instagram with the same names. There's no telling what could happen, if anything. Just straight ahead on the other side of this protest is the FIFA Fan Fest. So we've got a lot of military police here. But it's going to be really difficult for them to do anything about this protest if the protest does anything. You've got tens of thousands of football fans just over here on the beach. Straight ahead, there's a giant screen. You can't really see it because we're facing the back of it, but there are thousands of fans watching the game. Things could get rowdy. I should say, if things get rowdy, it's going to be a very, very interesting situation, because if the police do anything with tear gas, rubber bullets, they got a lot of football fans who are going to get caught in that crossfire. The other thing is, it's hard to know when it's police firing tear gas or just fireworks. Though typically, fireworks makes more sense, especially with the World Cup going on. So earlier at the protest, for those that missed it or are just tuning in, there were a lot. I know for sure because Matthias and Orlando, our crew guys down here, shooters, were both pepper sprayed. Unfortunately, or I should say, fortunately for me, I only breathed it in. I didn't get hit in the face like they did. But it was pretty rowdy earlier. The police making arrests. Now we've got a large amount of military police just outside of Copacabana Beach, where all the fans are watching the World Cup. And then there's the protest sandwiched in between. So when the game first started, shortly in, we heard that Croatia scored a goal. And some people got worried, like, uh-oh, that's not good. But fortunately, Brazil was able to score a goal tying the game. So for those that are watching, you already know this. Watching the game, I mean. But, you know, a lot of people are kind of like, what if Brazil loses this match? It's going to be, you know, might be pretty wild. Got a large group of police straight ahead. This is a powder keg if I've ever seen one. With all of the military police and the protesters and the fans, it wouldn't be hard for something to go wrong and for this to just escalate dangerously and quickly. Now the police are all on the side opposing the beach. So if anything happens to the protesters, they're going to get forced onto the beach with all of the fans. That could be a recipe for disaster. I should say that is a recipe for disaster. And then also, coincidentally, it's a full moon.
There's like everybody like the protest is like this is really good. Really good. mãos abaixo. Is that you?
So here's a big wall of police.
Yeah, here. Okay, let's do this moment.
Not wearing armor.
Can we do a PPC right here?
Yeah, here. You want to go walk around for a little
Okay.
bit? Don't go too far from me because it's the hot spot. Okay.
This is my cheers taking
you're
over.
facing it.
Oh shit. Stand. Okay.
Just like stay close.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So the protest went to the FIFA Fan Fest, where was a public screening of the games, and the first goal was made by Croatia, and lots of the protesters were like commemorating the goal. It was really funny, and later Brazil made a goal as well, and now it's 1-1 the game. And people got tired of being there fucking around in the FIFA Fan. And now they heading I believe to the Copacabana fortress, where there is media center without international media and stuff. Let's get a bit of the front.
Thank you, sir. Taking back over for Matthias.
Where's Matthias?
Right there. Things are already pretty tense.
Pirate parrot. You know the parrot. That's someone who behind someone who's being filmed throughout the interview.
So here they are, thousands of football fans dancing and drinking and having a good time. And we're sandwiched in between the fans and the protesters. People are booing as we make our way past. So standing here in the middle of the road with the police and the military police to my right, football fans to my left, protesters in the middle. Things are calm for now, but if anything popped off, there's a lot of factions who are going to get angry. So this guy in front of me's shirt says Amarildo. For those that have been watching the, right there. For those that have been watching the documentary Contra, Copa, which we're putting on Vice News, parts 1, 2, and 3 are out right now. You'll hear the story. Amarildo is a man who was detained, tortured, and murdered by the police, who subsequently tried to cover up the murder. But many of them were found out and went to prison. These officers got locked up for it. And it's been, Amarildo has been a symbol for the protests last year. All of this is part of the pacification, preparations for the World Cup, and you know, this whole economic situation in Brazil. Very, you know, everything's very tied together.
swearing every word he can.
Alright, so this is interesting. There's a police truck in the middle of the road, and we got a big protest heading straight for it. But they do just go safely around it. Some fireworks off in the distance. So, in a much nicer note, this is Copacabana. We got people enjoying drinks, watching the game, the World Cup. Biggest sporting event in the world, single event sporting event, I suppose, if you're taking it from FIFA. More fireworks. Everything seems really, really great on to the left of me. But to the right, FIFA go home. Looks like this bus is trying to get out of the way. So, someone just tagged no, high tide, no. Some kind of smoke going off. It's hard to tell what it is. The World Cup is currently underway. I'm sure many of you out there are watching that. Some of you are here watching this, a protest happening just outside the beach. Things have calmed down a little bit. And it looks like the protest is actually moving away from FIFA Fan Fest. Seems like things might just remain calm here, and the protesters are making their way away from FIFA Fan Fest, away from the football fans. Chanting now, no vai ter Copa. There will be no cup. Big banner reads, FIFA go home. It's 5:58 p.m. For those just tuning in, we are in Copacabana Beach. Or just to my left, we've got football fans, though the majority of them are back up in the other direction by FIFA Fan Fest. We've got a lot of people enjoying the World Cup game. Upset. The World Cup is one of the most expensive sporting events in the world, and this one is set to be the most expensive in history. So these people are upset that the money isn't being spent on resources for health and education. Instead, it's a big sporting event that goes to benefit foreign institutions, tourists, as that being their point of view. So they're out here protesting. Earlier today, we saw several arrests. We saw pepper spray, we saw tear gas. It was a pretty intense situation. But so far, things here have seemed you got a ton of protesters in Copacabana. So all of these different ingredients are sitting in this kettle right now. Be very, very easy to ignite. So it's just something we gotta be careful about. At the last event, this march from downtown Rio to the neighborhood of Lapa, things seemed very, very calm. There's a big group. The police mostly marched ahead of them. They made it to the aqueduct in Lapa. When all of a sudden the police moved in to try to make an arrest, I'm not sure why, but this sparked a huge conflict with a lot of arrests, pepper spray. Our crew here, Orlando and Matthias, actually got pepper sprayed as well. And now worst of all, we actually got glitter bombed by the pink bloc. But so far here in Copacabana, it's been fairly calm, though there's way more police, way more protesters, and the other ingredient of football fans trying to watch the game and have a beer. But so far, everything seems peaceful. The fans and the protesters seem to have gotten along for the most of it. A lot of people were hugging and shaking hands and dancing. Short of a few protesters banging on a municipal some helicopters overhead, but that could be for any reason. It is the World Cup. There are a lot of fans here. News coverage. We got a full moon going on. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure to follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Timcast, Timcast. Check out at Vice News as well, VICENEWS, Twitter and Instagram. For more information, we're going to be here covering breaking news for the World Cup outside of the stadium. Maybe a little bit here on the beach too, but for the most part, we want to get an inside look at what the people are doing and what's going on with the protesters outside. We've also got a doc up on vicenews.com, Contra a Copa, Counter to Cup. Part 1, 2, and 3 are up right now. You can check those out. Something might be happening. People started yelling stop, but it looks like false alarm. So again, for those watching, check out vicenews.com. And if you want to find out why the protesters are here, angry, you can check out Contra a Copa. Part 1, 2, and 3 are up now, part 4 tomorrow. More fireworks. So things are fairly calm. We got a lot of journalists up in front, cameras down, sort of just walking. We've got maybe 20 or so police not wearing any armor, straight ahead. Military police just to the right of the protest, but aside from chanting here and there, things seem pretty calm. Smells like deep fried something. Not sure if anything's happening. People are stopping. Uh-oh. Looks like everything's okay. Every so often there's a false alarm. Well, you can see all these riot police to the left. Anything will put you on edge. More fireworks. Motorcycle police. Looks like there's a drunk guy. Journalists rushing forward as these two drunk guys start fighting. But it looks like these guys are actually friends. These guys look like they're just friends. And the one guy's trying to get his drunk buddy off the beach. Sure enough, everybody starts freaking out. It's fairly obvious right from the get-go when the one guy started pushing the other drunk guy that it's just somebody who's trying to get his drunk buddy off the beach. But like I was saying, man, with so many people on edge, they start freaking out and they're worried there's going to be a fight. But these guys look like buddies. Word of advice, if you and your buddies are out drinking on the beach and the protest comes by, be careful. helicopters overhead. And there are the military police. A whole lot of them. Hey, you see all those military police? Yeah. You saw the fight?
Yeah. I feel
It was really obvious when I first saw them. There was a guy and his buddy, and he was trying to get his drunk friend to leave. But everyone rushed like, "Oh no, there's a fight!" It's like, no.
Someone's having he was having a bad trip.
It was what?
He was having a bad trip. He was tripping out.
He just looked really drunk.
Really rough.
So I guess my concern is that once the protesters get completely away from the tourists, is that when the police move in?
Yeah, that's stupid. But they were arguing a lot about it between the black blocs, because just when they arrived at the beach, some of them wanted to go, most of the people wanted to go to the FIFA Fan Fest, but others, no, they are the people, they are just watching the football, and others, no, they're fucking gringos and international press, and they argued, so they went there, and now they are going there to the fortress, to the press center.
Do you think the military police will move in as soon as they're away from the tourists?
The chance is way bigger, because there was actually like a principle of confusion there, of trouble, and the military police didn't do anything there, because
tourists
could hit the tourists, and now they can tear gas and spray and whatever.
So that's the concern for those that are watching. This group is slowly making its way further and further down the beach. It's moving away from the tourists. The protesters didn't want to go. Most of the protesters, it seems like, at least we're hearing from Matthias, that they wanted to go on the beach to the FIFA Fan Fest because that's where the foreigners, the international press are. But enough people didn't and pulled the protest back down the road. But if they get too far away, the military police will probably, or I should say, the military police have there's a higher probability that they will act against the protest because there's less likelihood they'll actually impact the tourists. So, all fairly obvious.
What's the name of Vice News?
Vice News
link.
Vice News. ViceNews.com.
ViceNews.com
Yeah.
is in the wall.
Yeah,
of
ViceNews.com.
the website.
Yeah. Or
So
Vice.
you can go for.
Hey, Matthias.
Here, Matthias.
Hey, Matthias, can you? Okay.
But stay close. Wi-Fi hotspot is on.
Okay. So now it's the middle of the game. I don't think the game started again. I don't know. But people are moving to the fortress of Copacabana, where is the big press center. And it was a much more colorful protest, a much more, peaceful protest, but it ended in trouble. So we never can tell what can happen. Now, as you can see, it's much more black blocks. Foda-se a Copa means fuck you.
So the police have moved in. We could see this coming as the police started putting on their helmets and making their way into the crowd. It's hard to tell exactly what they're doing, but they might be making an arrest. Trying to figure out why they're doing this, what's going on. A small group of military police just put their helmets on, moved in, and surrounded, I don't know what. I don't know if they surrounded anything. They just formed a small circle facing outward in the protest. Now they're starting to move back. But people are throwing water already, and more officers are starting to put on their helmets. It looks like this is about to go down. People are booing. It's very strange. The police obviously preempted whatever maneuver they just did. They put their helmets on, they made their way into the group, circled something or someone. Looks like there's still some officers here. There's booing. Glass bottle was just thrown. More being thrown. Looks like it's starting to come down. This is exactly what people are worried about. Now that the group is further away from the tourists, the police aren't scared to act. Hands are going up. People are starting to run. A lot of journalists putting their masks on. I think there's pepper spray. Pepper spray's been out. Ooh, they got me. Oh, just got nailed with some OC. No.
Are you from Vice?
Yeah.
I like
Thanks, man. I just got hit.
Yeah, they throw tear gas.
I think it's pepper spray.
Yeah,
tear gas
sorry, pepper spray. Yeah.
Tear gas doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, for those.
Ukraine?
Yeah. That was a while ago. I was there in December. Whoa! I got lucky. I didn't get a direct hit of that stuff. If I get hit with a direct hit of that OC, I'll take my contacts out. But already, it's really bad, man.
Do you have gear to protect yourself?
You know what?
Just this.
Ballistic glasses. They should help, though. They should help.
Okay.
They don't seal, but man, I'll take it. 6:15 p.m. for those that are watching.
Good covering.
Thanks, man. They just pepper sprayed the march in Copacabana, and I got a decent hit to the eyes. That is not fun. Breathing it in's rough, but taking it to the eyes is really bad. It makes it hard to see, obviously. But now I'm wearing my goggles, and it's even harder to see. So I have no idea what just happened. But you can clearly see the police were preempting something. They put their helmets on, they moved in, surrounded someone or something. Something happened, the police moved down, pepper spray was deployed, some glass bottles were thrown. It's definitely starting to heat up. But again, for those just tuning in, the fear is that when the protesters move further and further away from the tourists, the police are no longer scared to act and just, you know, go in and attack some protesters. There's no fear that they're gonna, you know, hit any bystanders. I had a medic, street medic, offer me some of the neutralizing spray for my eyes, but the pepper spray doesn't last too long. I didn't get a direct hit. I'm still able to see, and that can be bad. I wear contacts, so if I get hit, I gotta take them out, and then I'm blind. So I've been tear gassed before, and when you get tear gassed, you know it hurts, but you can close your eyes, it starts to go away. But now when you get hit with pepper spray, this stuff isn't just normal pepper spray that someone can buy over the counter. They call it OC. This stuff lingers. You close your eyes, it doesn't matter. It's still there. FIFA go home, the front of the march. Trying to wipe out the insides of my ballistic glasses. So the march is starting to fan out a little bit. We've got some big football parties. 6:19 p.m. We've seen some police intervention into this protest so far, but not exactly sure why. The military police have started putting on their helmets. They moved in. They're still equipped, and there is a large group of military police just on the other side. All these lights, military police trucks. This is exactly what a lot of people thought was going to happen. The protest group is making its way further and further away from the FIFA Fan Fest, which has thousands and thousands of tourists. So initially the group wanted to go into the Fan Fest and protest, but enough people said no, they're just people watching the football game. So they didn't do it. But the police didn't react. Now they're much further away. The police have moved in, they've used pepper spray. Sounds like more fireworks going off. Probably the worst part about the OC is that you don't know you're hit until it's too late. What? I'm sorry, English? No? So this group has actually started fanning out, not just in the street, but onto this beach walk as well as the other side. (6:21 p.m. here in Rio de Janeiro. The World Cup is kicked off. But the protesters are still going. There's a helicopter floating just straight up. It's been going with us. Probably a news helicopter following the protests here. Got a lot of police straight ahead, but they're walking in the same. The march is stopping for a second. Usually when they stop, it's to let the back end catch up. But every so often, it's because the police have moved in and done something. I mean, to the military police, most of them have their helmets on already. Towards the back of the protest. The group here, much smaller than it was earlier. Maybe close to 1,000 people. The groups make here on the water, but it's being used now as a media center for the World Cup. And that's where the protesters wanted to get to. small vendors here, just off of the beach, back to the front of the march, which seems to have fanned out quite a bit. Numbers are a bit smaller than they were earlier, but it's normal when a protest goes on for quite a bit. There's no real telling what will happen. The police have already moved in one instance with pepper spray. Not sure if there are any arrests. So that's straight ahead, those green and yellow lights. That's Fort Copacabana. It's an old military base. I believe it still is a military base. But it's being used right now as a media center for the World Cup. So just in front of the march, we've got a couple dozen police officers. They're not wearing any armor. I'm not sure what faction. Something just happened at the World Cup. Maybe that's it. Let's see what's going on over here before we get back to it. March is waiting. You can actually see on the beach right now. You look straight ahead, if I can try and get this right here. That bluish, whitish, if you can make it out, that's the FIFA fan center. That's where we were a while back. And there's several thousand fans watching a massive screen. From here I can see it, you can see it with your eyes. You can make out, you know, the screen and all that, but I don't think my camera can do it. We're back at the protest, FIFA go home and FIFA go home. The protest is moseying along. Fireworks in the favelas. Brazil just scored. There's booing from the protest. Now this puts Brazil 2 points, 2 goals, 1 ahead of Croatia. The protesters are booing and chanting now. So again, for those that are watching this live stream instead of the World Cup, Brazil just scored a goal. Everybody's going nuts. The fans are screaming, fireworks off in the distance. There's green and yellow lights on the top of buildings, lasers or whatever, and the protesters are booing. Even up in the favelas, we could see fireworks going off. But this protest group isn't too happy about it. You can hear fireworks going off everywhere. That's most likely game for Brazil. They're probably going to win this one. A lot of people were worried when Croatia scored that first goal that Brazil might be down and out, but Brazil seems to have taken it. At least for now. You can never predict these things. You can get close. But as for what's going to happen with the protests, I'd like to say they make it to the fortress and they protest, and then eventually people leave. So do the police, but that doesn't seem likely. Big waves breaking over here on the water. You can see that all those lights straight ahead. That's just how the beach wraps around. It's huge. And we just walked all the way from straight on the other side all the way around here. Fireworks are going off in the distance in the favelas. The favelas are literally just, let me go to the side street here, I can show you guys the favela is literally, you know, 2 blocks, maybe 4 blocks away. There's the fort. We're getting awfully close. You can see a lot of police are up straight ahead. But I guess we passed it. I can't make out the favela from here, but I think it's Contra is just, you know, a couple blocks away from the beach. And we are just a stone's throw away from that fort. You can see those flashing lights straight ahead. A couple police are down there already. I don't think it's going to, I don't think things will end calmly. You know. It's a greater than chance likelihood that it gets a bit rowdy in just a few minutes. But it's win. The other people who don't necessarily think that, they're worried that if after all this money is spent, these big glamorous games, stadiums all over the country, if Brazil loses, that it'll just get really, really intense with the protests. The people who've seen all this money spent in the games, if Brazil doesn't win, it's like they've wasted all this money. But we can't be sure. There's no real way to know. And so far it looks like Brazil is poised to take the opening game, which most people expected to happen anyway. But if you're just tuning in, we are in Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro. We are a few kilometers away from the FIFA Fan Fest, moving with the FIFA Go Home, No Vai Ter Copa. There will be no cup protests.
Bora, Dilma! I'm here against tyranny, against Dilma Rousseff, against Léo Castro, against them.
We've got a whole, I don't even know what a whole group is, but we've got just a lot of military police. And what else would you expect at the World Cup? They've got over 180,000 security units deployed. The email that the media center sent out these alert emails, and they've said 180,000 units securing the World Cup. Billions of dollars have been spent on this event, and a couple billion on security. So it's just massive. We've got a huge row of military police moving alongside this protest. There's only been one moment so far that, at least that I've seen, where the police have moved in. Pepper spray was used. I got a good whiff of that to the nose, mouth, and eyes. I gotta say, the OC police, the police grade OC spray, you know, their version of pepper spray is really strong. I would rather be tear gassed than pepper sprayed. But if you're in this for the long haul and you want to find out what's going on at the stadiums for the duration of the World Cup, we're going to be down here covering the news. We're going to be down here on Copacabana meeting some of the people. Some of those who support the cup. We're going to be down meeting the people who don't support it, like we are now. But make sure to follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Timcast, and also make sure to follow Vice News on Twitter and Instagram as well for all the updates on what's going on down here. Make sure to check out vicenews.com. We have a doc series up right now, Contra, Copa. Part 1, 2, and 3 are up. If you want to find out some background information on why these Rio de Janeiro with our crew covering the protests in the World Cup. Now we're just about a block or two away from Fort Copacabana, and this is where it starts to come to an end. The military police marching just right alongside this protest. We're getting really close to the final destination, the media center, where the protesters said they want to go. It's a full moon. Things are starting to get really quiet. This moon's really bright. When that scuffle happened, whatever it was, I got hit with pepper spray with the OC.
You were hit? No?
What?
Não entendi. Pode falar em português?
What are you saying?
You got hit with pepper spray?
Yeah. Back there, remember when the police circled the group or whatever?
Yeah.
Somebody sprayed and I took it to the eyes, nose, and mouth.
Yeah, someone stole my mobile as well.
No way.
Which happens to be Vice mobile. But I was the guy supposed to rob that shit, man. Do you know if we can track it? No.
Only iPhones, man.
Yeah.
Hoje o prefeito me fez o favor, vocês estão em todas, né? Não me colocar para trabalhar, né?
Well, the joke's on them. It's a North American. It doesn't work here. Yeah, I know, but not.
Still, it's a great fucking better than
Check out that full moon over the water. This is it. Fort Copacabana hosts a center for the World Cup here in Rio. The beach is well lit throughout the night. But this is where it starts to come to an end, so we're just about a block away now, where the protesters want to end the protest. Quiet. This is getting eerie. We got all these cops straight ahead. So what do you think? You think the police are going to let these protesters make it through the fort?
Yeah, but they won't get into the fort because there's like a
Military?
huge, yeah, it's a military area. There's like a gate and shit. But yeah, probably people is gonna be there.
Do you think the police are going to
Screaming.
move in, arrest, pepper spray?
Yeah, the same usual bullshit.
Yeah, the same stuff?
It's,
Bora, meus amigos, vamos que vamos. Boa noite, senhores.
So it looks like they're actually close to getting that temporary building set up.
yeah, finally.
The very last minute. So this building straight ahead, that's over the street, is a temporary, media center kind of thing for journalists to do stand-ups, have meetings, do. What we've heard from Matthias, the group is going to make 6:41 p.m. here, Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, the World Cup. Protest is almost to Fort Copacabana. Is that what they're saying? Huh? People are saying lightning can't strike twice.
Yeah.
Oh, they're saying it can strike twice.
Yeah, they can.
But they didn't score the goal though. It was close. Yeah. So just now it looked like Croatia had scored a goal, but they actually missed. And people are saying, watch out because lightning can strike twice. The fort, we're very, very close now. 6:43 p.m.
Ah, tá bom. Eu comprei na rua mesmo, ele tava num protesto aí.
They dressed up a statue.
Valeu, boa.
The statue here has been dressed up in black bloc. Everyone's taking pictures.
Que aí ele dá uma moral. Cara, eu acho muito bom.
So you can see people up top in that temporary structure sitting around a table. It looks like they're discussing the game. It's where a lot of journalists are going to be doing the reporting from.
That happened. But it's so good because when they start throwing the gas to the people so they don't have to where to run unless they start swimming back to Africa, you know?
They fire into the water?
They have done that, yes. Like people run to the beach and they do the fighting.
Are they just going to stop here? What do you think is going to happen?
This is when things can happen.
Of course. But are they going to continue on to the fort or are they going to just stay here?
We're probably talking about that.
Get out! Tiraram o carro da Tu tava na frente. Olha a quantidade de sacanagem. Não tinha nem 200 policiais, meu. E botaram várias milhões de pessoas. Na hora que a bala de borracha come. O neguinho perde a machina e sai correndo. Não, isso não é gás pra caralho. Mas nego dispersa nessa hora. Não vai pra dispersar. Coloca na frente, bota de paredão, tá ligado?
Agora this one, the one right here.
Então, assim, é necessário a construção de uma nova comunicação global, trabalho de então, muito provavelmente, viu, cara? Levanta a lei, estou quebrando o navio.
Things have calmed down quite a bit. Fireworks going off. Brazil definitely expected to take this first game. What's going on?
Just chilling out. Just rest. I think everyone's tired.
Brazil just scored another goal.
3-1 now?
3-1.
So the first goal was just like wake up, bitches! That's slapping their face like, yeah, because you know, Brazil team is like the best of the world, and so the guys are really proud. Like, we're the best, so it's good like they get a goal. And they're like, oh my god, no, this is football. No, we have to play, not just act like we are the best of the world. No, we have to play to be the best of the world.
Só quando saía gol o pessoal se animava. Mas em geral o pessoal não é apático. Eu nunca vi.
works. So what they said they're going to do?
From our side to fight if there's a fight.
Yeah. They mean like there's very few black bloc within the big protest?
What?
There's not enough black bloc here.
Yeah, exactly. There's more than morning, but at the same time it's too few compared to the police force, which is like I think 1,000 only there, 1,000, but others around the scene.
Well, I'll give it a few more minutes until about 7 p.m. here Rio time, but it definitely seems like things are starting to sort of fizzle out. The protests calm down for sure. They're sitting down. There's some chanting over here, but it's hard to say. It doesn't seem like anything's going to happen. It could. Sometimes it does. But I'll keep it going for just a little bit because it looks like they're stopping here. So for those that are just tuning in, or just for everybody in general, I'll give a quick recap. Earlier today around 10 a.m. a protest started in downtown Rio, and we kept with it into the neighborhood Lapa. Everything seemed calm. It seemed just like very peaceful, very jovial. But for reasons I don't know, the police made a move to arrest a protester, which started a big conflict. A bunch of protesters tried to pull out the guy who was being arrested, and then a bunch of police, got in the mix. Pepper spray was fired, and then...
You're from which country?
Vice, New York.
New York?
Yeah.
You are in Twitchcast now?
Live stream.
Live stream?
Yeah.
With which link?
Vicenews.com.
What?
Vicenews.com.
Vicenews.com.
Yeah, Vicenews.com.
Olha só, cara, vicenews.com tá transmitindo as manifestações aqui no Brasil. And you're going to show if the police attack the
we're filming everything, of course, yeah.
You're going to show it, right?
We were here earlier today when the police moved in. Pepper spray.
In Lapa?
Yeah.
You are in Lapa?
Yeah.
So you already showed the violence?
Yeah.
And how the people reacting in New York?
I mean,
how they feel it? How they react?
It's split. A lot of people are like, "Hey, it's the World Cup. Why are you guys protesting? It's a good
They
big
don't
thing."
understand the
Not everybody. A lot of people are saying, "Yeah, this is messed up." The people in the favelas, they're not getting the resources they need. There's no health, there's no education, and then the police come in and attack the people who are angry. So it's political. The people who aren't in this country, they don't understand as well as the people who are in this country. But the one thing that I think most people recognize, you got a lot of tourists who are coming to Brazil right now, and the protesters are Brazilian. So there's a clear divide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
So you're trying to explain them, your public, that there are some political bases to this protest, right?
Oh yeah, we have a documentary out on vicenews.com called Contra, Copa. So it's 4 parts, and we interviewed people in the favelas.
Do you have subtitles in Portuguese?
Not yet.
Not
Soon.
It's very important to have that because not everybody speaks English.
A lot of the interviews are in Portuguese. So
okay.
Yeah.
So what's your name?
Tim.
Tim.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
I'm Rodrigo.
Nice to meet you, man.
Media. Okay, good work, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Tá transmitindo aí pra...
So for those that are watching, you got a bit of the explanation there. We got a documentary, Contra a Copa. Parts 1, 2, and 3 are up now on vicenews.com. You can check that out to get background. Actually, check that out. That way you guys will understand the background as to why these protests are happening. This is second one in one day. And it's not even, Sao Paulo's got its own thing going on. There was a 24-hour airport strike, so there's a lot of political issues affecting Brazil right now with the World Cup happening. But you've got a lot of tourists. You got a lot of people in Brazil do support it. They do love football, and they are watching the game. And there's an estimated 3.7 million fans, tourists, who are going to be coming into Brazil, who are probably already here now that the World Cup is kicked off. So this is massive. This is the most expensive World Cup in history. And the World Cup is, you know, the largest single event sporting tournament. You know, that's FIFA's saying, you know, comparing themselves or, you know, trying to set themselves apart from the Olympics, which are multiple events. But the World Cup, huge. Down on the beach, we saw police put their helmets on, move into the crowd. I don't know what. They surrounded something. Pepper spray was fired. I got a big blast of that. It was not fun. But that was it. You know, things have sort of remained calm here. You know, and throughout this protest, we walked on Copacabana beach. There's TVs everywhere. We're getting glimpses of the game. It looks like Brazil has taken this one 3-1 last time I checked. But whenever Brazil scored a goal, the protesters would boo and start chanting. Meanwhile, the fans are cheering. But we're definitely going to make sure to cover some of the less serious stuff, I suppose. I guess serious is a matter of subjectivity because football's World Cup football is very, very serious to a lot of people. But we want to be able to show you what's happening outside the stadiums here, on the beach, with the protests and the favelas, just all around, and give you a glimpse of what's happening here in Brazil, so that you can know. The protests today are just one of those moments. It looks like the military police are starting to leave. People are cheering. It also looks like a lot of the protesters are starting to leave too, so things are definitely calming down. You know, most of us didn't think this is how it would end, but it seems like that's the case. Actually, looks like the military police are starting to clear some people out and form a wall here. And it looks like many more police are starting to move in. Hey, Orlando, heads up. We got a bunch of police moving in now from the other end of the street. No telling if anything's going to happen, but the military police are mobilizing. They're starting to block the road here. More police coming in from the other side. So just when you think everything's calming down, the mobilization starts to happen. Military police in full riot gear are now lining up in the street. Doesn't look like they're blocking anybody because the FIFA Go Home banner, two of them, have made it past the row of military police. But just straight ahead, we've got more police officers. Only one looks like they're wearing armor, are forming another line. 7:01 p.m. here, Rio de Janeiro. The protest is coming to its final destination. Things seem to be calming down, but now we've got the police forming two lines. In the road. You know, this is typically what happens. You know, regardless of who makes the first move. You know, the protests were sort of calming down, and a lot of people were leaving, but then the police got up, got into line, started blocking the road, and this caused the protesters to get back up as well. So if the police just left, the protesters probably would have left too. But now it's sort of, you know, kicking things back into gear. Break time's now the protesters are starting to move back up towards the fort. Now the police that have formed a line over here have started backing off. The military police are moving now to the beach, it looks like. Doesn't look like anything's happening. This guy's calling for people to come onto the beach. So usually when we see the police start doing something, they have something in mind. But it looks like they're facing both directions now. What I imagine is going to happen, the police are going to, there's one row facing my direction, another facing the other direction, start pushing the groups out. Which means I'm not in a very safe position.
Good. Hey, Matthias. Meet my friend Raul. He's from Bangkok. Oh, wow. Yeah. Matthias is a co-producer from Rio.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. He's with the Escort.
Oh, yeah, he had the big for one day. Not for it's really big, really big. It's big. Yeah. It's good for if the cops one hit you, think twice, like, okay.
Yeah, we bumped into each other in Bangkok.
More military police are headed this way. So it looks like many more military police are heading this way, and they're probably going to fill up this gap right here. And it looks like with two rows on each side facing each direction, that they're going to start pushing the groups with a baton charge. Hey. So it looks like they're starting to line up right here. They're probably going to fill this gap that's right in front of me and line up with these officers who are here, forming two rows facing both directions. And then I assume there's... march forward, pushing the groups in both directions, split them up.
It's great. If they want to block this, they're taking too much time.
I don't think they want to block it. But these military police are heading towards the other march. What I think the way they're lined up is they're going to start moving both directions. To push. Hey Matthias, what are they chanting?
Hey FIFA, go fuck yourself in the ass.
Is that okay? More police now moving in, filling the gap, it seems. dangerous. (7:08 p.m.) We've got a large group of police on this side, but the military police have formed a line. These are the guys, they all have riot armor. Some have shields. They've blocked the street. It took them quite a while. They weren't moving, and the street's not entirely blocked.
Go ahead!
7:10 p.m. Looks like some people are running. Police have moved in or anything.
Se o Brasil ganhasse de 10-0.
Protesters have started running to the beach. Quite sure why, but it doesn't look like the military police have done anything. So the protest made its way to the media center, but stopped. Things seemed calm. And for whatever reason, the police are making an arrest right now on the beach. Here, let's do it again. The protest made its way to the media center and stopped. Everything seemed peaceful, but for some reason, the police moved onto the beach and are now making an arrest. So we are here on the beach. The police, they're swinging batons at people. I gotta be careful.
Relax. Don't go ahead.
I gotta be careful for two reasons. Not to get wet, but also I don't want to lose signal right now. We've got a small group of riot police here on the beach in Rio. Looks like a few people, they're trying to arrest a few people, but they're surrounded. They've got protesters, they've got press around them. Helicopters overhead. And there's a very large group of military police just behind us on the street here under this media center. But it looks like the protesters aren't going to let the police take these people. (7:12 p.m.) So it looks like they're taking this guy out. Press running forward. This guy's being dragged out. I think pepper spray might have gone off. I'm seeing some journalists gagging. Masks are on. I didn't get hit with anything though.
It's Brazil!
The military police are taking someone away. Things are starting to heat up a little bit. All right, there's some pepper spray in the air. Just watch the wind and stay away from that. Now, if I were to take a guess, after this, it's only going to be not going to be too long before the rest of the cops move in. But it looks like they're loading this guy up into this car. Just one arrest at the end. Pepper spray was fired off a couple times. More pepper spray fired. It's like a bottle was thrown. Plastic bottle, it would seem like. Last minute or so. Now the protests starting to head back the other direction. We got some running. (7:15 p.m. in Copacabana). Looks like we got another arrest happening. And these cops are spraying OC spray, like very OC trigger happy. It's police grade pepper spray, and boy does it burn. So the second arrest we've seen so far. At least an arrest is what we presume. Looks like it's actually a medical emergency, not an arrest.
Então, galera, vamos abrir. Agora, com licença, por favor. Por favor, gente.
Você está sentindo machucado além do que tá gás aqui? Quem fez aqui, ó?
Pô, mãe, isso é brincadeira, mano. Ai, pode ver.
Isso aqui, acho massa. Acho massa. Galera, por favor,
a gente já pediu já, a gente já falou.
Aí, por favor,
gente. Vamos facilitar. Vocês estão fazendo o trabalho de vocês, mas deixa a gente fazer o nosso.
Por favor, por favor.
Vamos deixar a gente fazer o nosso trabalho, por favor, gente.
7:18 p.m. This guy's got a hit to the head and he's bleeding. These medics are applying first aid. They got some, looks like it's rubbing alcohol and some gauze.
Dá mais espaço,
Quer mais alguma coisa aí?
Você acha massa?
Not sure how this guy got injured. A few of the police officers came in and tried to shine a light to see what was going on. It looks like they were... Was it the medics got this one?
Agora é o cordão, agora por favor, mais espaço, gente.
Abre aí, por favor.
Vem aqui, ó. Pega minha mochila na cima.
We got a few riot police surrounding right now.
Agora, por favor, quem tem aí? Quem pode iluminar aqui? Isso. Corte, você já ficou o quê?
Aí, deixa eu passar, por favor.
Uma luz aqui, gente.
Aí.
Vem aqui pra esse lado aqui, por favor. Aí. Muita pá. Tem outra aqui. Vai, eu vou pedir aqui o... Deixa comigo.
Aí, irmão.
Irmão, chama a ambulância, meu irmão. Peraí.
Eu vou chamar. Eu quero limpar a condenação. Porra. Tira. Chama o doutor aí, doutor. Chama o doutor aí, pô. Ô, doutor. Chama o doutor aí.
No flying helicopter overhead, searchlights.
Aí, o cara tá
We got a lot of police. They're surrounding this young man who's getting medical treatment right now from the medics, street medics. He's got a big gash to the head, a lot of blood. All the protesters flicking off the helicopter.
Abre o copo, por favor.
Not sure what happened to this guy. There's been a lot of scuffles and quite a bit of chaos.
Vocês sem povo são o quê? Essa roupa aí, quem pagou pro povo? E sem essa roupa, vocês não fazem porra nenhuma. Não vem. Quem pagou pro povo? Pagou. Não vem. E mesmo com essa roupa, correram do Black Bloc.
Reporters just run for it. Doesn't seem like there's a real reason. But everyone just broke away. And well, not everyone, but a good portion just started running for it. Looks like these guys are going to try. Take the street. These guys are getting a little rough, trash and garbage. Or I should say, a bit rougher than they were already. Did you see the guy getting treated? So this group leading the pack is starting to trash
já acenderam a faísca, não é isso?
There's the police helicopter. Fire's just been started in the garbage can. Looks like someone's got some kind of aerosol.
Os quatro chegando! Os quatro chegando! Os caras chegando aí!
Police marching in, but someone's already set fire to a dumpster. Someone pulled out an aerosol can and he took his lighter and just lit it up. And the military police are starting to form a line. And already more fires are starting to be, well, more dumpsters are being knocked over, but it's hard to tell if that's going to be the only fire that gets lit. The fire's not too strong in this garbage can, but these helicopters shine their lights right on us. Military police are now shield charging. Police helicopter overhead shining spotlight down on everybody. Looks like a rock was just thrown. So, just like we thought, things couldn't just de-escalate. One small thing led to another. Helicopters shining lights on the street. You can see these dumpsters just spread out all over. The protests are starting to take the street over. We got a full moon. We've got this chopper light over us. We've got military police making arrests. We've seen one person injured. Their head was hit. Now it looks like the military police are starting to move back. That is a low-flying chopper. The military police are now heading back. Batons are out. Shields are up. But it looks like the military police aren't engaging. They're heading back. I don't know what this says, for the protesters already took to the front.
Pay attention, your pockets, your bag behind.
Yeah, what about?
Yeah, because the pickpockets are very fast. So if you have any importance, you don't leave.
Yeah. 7:28 p.m. Police helicopter flying low over the protest. Military police charged in. They made an arrest. Can't be sure. But the protesters have knocked over some dumpsters. Now they're turning back around. Looks like they're forming a huddle. Military police forming a line. Military police now heading back in the other direction. A small group is staying behind. Looks like one of the officers is carrying the dumpster. One of the dumpsters has been knocked over. And it looks like this dumpster straight ahead might have been lit on fire. We saw one garbage bag lit on fire, but not a dumpster itself. Military police in formation. Now it looks like there are a lot of military police vehicles just straight back by the media center, and the military police are now forming a line in the middle of the road. A small group stays behind and a small group moves forward. We're still very far away from FIFA Fan Fest. But these dumpsters, they've been knocked over in the street. Garbage has been spilled out. Not too much though. But this group of about a dozen or so, maybe 20 officers now making their way back. Look at the protesters are on the other side of the street, and the military police are going to head right for them. Now we're in tourist area, tourist territory. Protesters are holding a sign in front of this building where a lot of tourists are watching the game and enjoying a meal. Obviously the game's over by now. We've got a lot of protesters who are on the other side of the street. Things are definitely a bit chaotic, to say the least. So just in case the feed goes down, or if you're in this for the long haul and you want to find out what's going on in Brazil during the World Cup outside of the stadium, make sure to follow me on Twitter @TimCast, also on Instagram. and also Vice News on Twitter and Instagram, at Vice News and at Timcast. Make sure to check out vicenews.com for more news around the world, especially if you want to find out what's going on here. Check out Contra a Copa, part 1, 2, and 3. Looks like we got another arrest. Now these aren't the military police. These look like they might be municipal guard. Arrested. It's like daytime with that helicopter over us.
Fui protegendo a Nadine, eles estavam espancando a Nadine ali, juntaram a Nadine. Não, vamos lá, não tem problema. Leva o outro que cantou aí. Tem que levar ele, vamos lá, delegacia. Chama a Nadine. Chama a Nadine. Chama a vítima, chama a vítima.
Here come the baton shields. Police using their batons to start pushing the crowd back.
Acaba com a carreira dos militares que fez isso.
.37 p.m. We got 3 helicopters flying overhead. Actually, it looks like 4. Low flying one. Obviously, police got the spotlight on us. And it looks like someone's being arrested. It's hard to make out exactly what's going on. Let's see if Matthias is able to figure it out. Hey, Matthias, you know what's going on with this guy?
Not really.
He's being arrested, right?
He's being arrested, yeah. Search, maybe arrested.
It looks like he's arguing with a cop, and the cop's listening to his argument. Here they go.
I see that guy lots of times in protests. He's out.
Looks like someone's got a projector up on the hotel here. 7:40 p.m. in Copacabana. World Cup is underway. First game, Brazil versus Croatia, ended. The protesters here have kept protesting. There's been several arrests. We've got 4 helicopters flying above us. I think it looks like only one of them is police, but it's hard to tell. The other 2 are just hovering higher. We do know that the Central Command they sent helicopters out to monitor the protests. But for whatever reason, this guy being arrested, it's starting a huge argument that surprisingly the police are actually listening to.
Vamos manter a calma. Pede pra abrir só pra gente ir até lá. Senão a gente não vai conseguir registrar eles aqui na minha presença. Tá? Então vamos. Mantenha calma, mantenha calma.
You see this cop is wearing some kind of camera.
Ele é mídia, lógico. Ele é mídia. Ele é mídia. A cabeça aí, a cabeça. Isso vai dar repercussão internacional, hein? Tá prendendo jornalista.
Pô, tem necessidade, amigo, de botar aí? Tem necessidade, amigo, de botar aí atrás, porra? Tem necessidade, amigo?
Vai levar ele mesmo.
O cara não é bandido.
Prenderam o Beira-Mar, mano.
The guy just got loaded up into the back of this police car and he's being hauled. All right, so it looks like we're gonna wrap it for here. Seems like there's a lot of same old, same old. So there's a lot more protests planned. There's a lot more soccer, football planned. We're gonna be down here covering all of it. So make sure to follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Timcast, Timcast, and check out on Twitter and Instagram at Vice News, VICENEWS. Follow Vice News for news around the world. You can find more from me about what's going on here in Brazil. Also check out vicenews.com and watch the documentary Contra a Copa. So part 1, 2, and 3, they're out now. And that'll give you some background information as to why these protests have been happening all day and potentially, you know, what's going to be happening in the next month to come. And also check out tons of the other great reporting. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to be down here covering all the breaking news. Thanks again. Take care. So I'll keep it up just for a few more seconds, see if anything happens, but it looks like more and more police are now showing up. it could just be more of the same old that we've seen.
Reinforcements arrived.
Are we gonna stick around? Looks like it's a lot of tourists now. All right, I think we'll, you know, there's a chance that anything could happen, you know, and it happens all the time. As soon as the camera goes off, something sparks up, but there's still so much to come.
It's gonna happen.
Can we just do a summary, of what happened?
Yeah. You're good? So, I guess we may have called this one right. The police are getting back into the military police trucks, and they may be heading out. So the protesters made it down to the media center, but a few got arrested. There was fighting between the police. Some dumpsters were lit on fire, but now it looks like the police are actually taking off. They're going to be leaving. It's just day one. There's still more to come. People are booing the police. So I guess that does wrap things up. Looks like the police here are getting back in, about to head off. Protest has been dispersed quite a bit. There's a lot of tourists now mixed in. There's been a few arrests.
Looks like the commander that went to fight.
Looks like these officers might be leaving as well. p.m. But it looks like the police are actually clearing out now, so this time we may have been right when we wanted to call it. Police seem to be leaving. Things have calmed down. There's been several arrests. We do have a large group of military police back this way, though. But it looks like things have come down.
Ô, Julinho! Ô, Júlio, vem cá.
Mas aqui que teve outra, né?
It's hard to tell if this is coming down or what. We've got a huge group of police on the other side, but we've seen a lot of police leave already. Police helicopter is still high in the sky. Well, it's low in the sky. Wow. Looks like on this side they brought in everybody. Not literally, though. But they're telling us they've got 180,000 units or individuals brought in. So it looks like these guys are actually leaving. Unless these all start stopping. I'm really curious as to what the tourists think. You come to the beach to have a party, but you're surrounded by riot police firing pepper spray and protesters and helicopters.
I think people might be. I think that's what. You know, why was it stupid to come here? To just stay there, it would be different. I don't think they would get all those fucking riot police there near the FIFA Fan Fest. What? The people's choice.
Man. You know, it seems like everything's calming down, but there's just still more cops coming in. There we go. Something's going on now. See, we thought it was over 20 minutes ago, and now it looks like we have another arrest. Might not be over anytime soon, but it's... Pepper spray. Pepper spray just went off, nearly in my face. Things are looking pretty tense now. It's just up and down. Damn, I think I got hit with pepper spray again. OC spray.
That shit actually worked, man.
Protected you from the OC?
Yeah.
Oh, Matthias almost got sprayed again. I saw it, I dove out of the way. You can hear all these people sneezing. I took a nice blast of that OC in the last one. It's like a woman might be getting arrested.
Filha da puta!
Another protester arrested. Things are up and down right now. A lot of police are leaving. It's hard to tell what's happening. On and off right now, man.
A friend of mine saw you earlier, Korean girl, the man that was taking the girl from the arm.
So what?
Inside the bar, there was...
No, I wasn't in a bar.
Inside the
I don't think it's going to end anytime soon, but I'm also not sure anything serious is going to happen.
Maybe we should leave. It's going to keep like that for one more hour or two.
Yeah. All right. All right, so 8 p.m. here in Rio de Janeiro, Copacabana. It definitely seems like this isn't going to be over, but it's looking like it's going to be this same situation over and over again. There's going to be a few arrests here and there every 15 or 20 minutes. But this is just the first day. There's still a whole month of football, protests, riot police, helicopters. So I think this time, for sure, we're gonna take the feet down and we're gonna start getting ready for the next days. There's a lot of football to be played. There's a lot more protests to be had. We're gonna be down here covering everything. So make sure you follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Timcast, Timcast, and check out Vice News on Twitter and Instagram as well, at VICENEWS. And check out vicenews.com for news all around the world. Tons of great reporting. But also check out Contra Copa. Part 1, 2, and 3 are out right now. That'll give you some backstory as to what's currently going on down here in Brazil, why this protest is happening. So again, many thanks to everybody who tuned in, everybody who commented and joined the conversation on our site, on YouTube. We will be down here covering everything. I'll have a lot of breaking news on Twitter, Instagram, as well as YouTube, the live stream when it happens. So we're going to be here, and if you're in this for the long haul, stay tuned. Thanks again, everybody.